Hello, good afternoon and welcome. I'm Wormslayer2146. It is Sunday, 27th of November 2022. Welcome to the stream. Bit of a different plan today to usual. Decided to start streaming Factorio for the first time, and also decided to try and do it for a longer period of time than I've done before. So the kind of 3-hour streams that I've been doing so far, finding them quite easy, I suppose. It's not a huge amount of time, so sometimes I need a break halfway through just to keep moving a bit, and sometimes I don't. So today I will definitely need to take regular breaks, keep my muscles from falling asleep while I'm sat here. To help with that, I have actually got some natural light. You can see it behind me. So it might mean that over the course of the day I need to fiddle with the lighting settings on the camera to keep everything from goes a bit white. All the doors and walls in this house are white at the moment, so if the sun comes out from behind the clouds you might not be able to see me anymore, so keep half an eye on that. And as well as contending with trying to stream for a longer time, I have woken up to a broken monitor, which is lovely. It's my second monitor, where I've got the preview of the stream is working perfectly fine for yesterday's evening stream. Switch it all off overnight, and when I boot everything up this morning, the bottom third is... there's clearly a broken line all the way across in white, and everything beneath it's got like a ghost of itself, so you can vaguely tell what's going on there, but only vaguely. So I've ordered a new one. You just have to put up with it a few days, I suppose. A bit frustrating, didn't want to spend the money and wasn't expecting this one to die. Then again, it is, God, I don't know, 4 or 5 years old, something like that. Showing its age, maybe. It's gone a bit funny. Never mind, we'll survive. We'll just enjoy playing Factorio. So I've got a save. It's not too far into the game that I can just hop into and carry on with. It's past the burner stage, which is the bit I've done 1,000 times at the start. And we're into a bit where we've got some lines and we've got some automatic researching and stuff like that is in progress. So I'm just going to continue developing this save. I have got a little over 600 hours in Factorio. Game I've played a lot, and a lot of there's a time in the past when I was running everything off quite an outdated laptop, and it's just one of the only games that could run easily. So I put a lot of hours, and yet I'm still missing some real basic achievements like producing lots of iron plates. So I guess the overarching objective of this factory is just going to be to build a big one. It's on peaceful mode, quite easy settings in terms of availability of resources. A nice chill vanilla playthrough to unlock some of those simple achievements. Nothing too stressful. Queue up the next research. So just taking stock of what I've got running already. There's a little bit of power generation, which is fed from the coal here. And if you've seen me playing other games, you'll recognise how everything has straight lines and grid patterns everywhere. We've got stone being mined up but not going anywhere. Iron and copper are being smelted in one block each. And we have plenty of red science packs progressing. So I guess my next steps ahead are to extend these smelting sections, make a whole bunch more. Get ready for the next science packs, which I haven't even unlocked yet. We'll need to set up an area for creating transport belts and inserters to feed into there. We're not using all of what we're making. I would like a few more bays, so let's just set up a machine to make the furnaces. A whole bunch of belts and inserters, I suppose. Grab some of the iron that's in the middle here. Still laying everything out. I think I can blueprint. I think that's something you have to unlock. Can't just copy paste what I've done already. Not sure what's the shortcut for it. Yeah, there, Shift B. But nothing saved. That's okay, I don't mind placing it out manually. Keep handcrafting a lot of belts. I never won't need them, so might as well. The pole's ready, so might as well just extend a grid of power all the way over. Cliffs are a bit closer than I thought they were. To work around them soon. I think there is an item that removes them. Not sure how far down the tech tree that is. Not lined up right. Not. Tell at night though. Maybe I should get some lights constructed as well. So next, we'll research the green science packs. It's got those belts, so now I'm going to mass produce a whole load of inserters, I guess. Spacing between the blocks is just one gap. So the next one can go there. It's a bit easier to see when the power poles are there. I can see where the belts are supposed to line up. Okay, so we've got the green science pack unlocked. It's going to take a while to get it up and running, but there's nothing else with just red packs that I need to research. I can research weapons, but we're playing in peaceful mode, so there's no use for the weapons. You can just set something. Up, and then when we've got green up and running, they'll start moving. So at the top here, I'm going to need to do the little funny balancing thing. Which I need to handcraft a few undergrounds and splitters and what have you. It's going to take a while because those 200 inserters are going to take a while to make. Just line the rest of it up. Used all my belts to make them. Okay. When I'm setting up the belts and inserters that go into the green science packs, I would like to set up a few extras to be able to use later. The furnaces are ready, so I can line them up at least while we wait. So we're definitely going to need to move the red science production and put it the other side of the cliffs. Right, something's gone wrong there. It's not in the right place. The furnaces are. That should be one over. Okay. Fix that, no problem. Should have noticed that this end one is too close to the hole. These are lined up properly now. Look, I might as well cut off this production now. So we're not even using the red sites at the moment. Tear the whole lot down and rebuild it somewhere else. Inventory with science packs that I don't want. It'd be lovely if everything could be placed in the location I want it to be in the first time I put it down, but it's one of those games where things need moving around constantly as you expand. She's giving me a whole bunch of belts and stuff I can use down here. We are now handcrafting those 200 inserters, so making progress. So that's another pair of smelteries. I think some inserters there. To change where the copper is. Keep things next to each other if they're the same. Change this one over to iron. Divert the copper away. To flush out the furnaces so that they burn through all the copper ore they've got there at the moment. To find a way of moving this, or splitting off this iron, as that will line it up badly with the poles. So I don't want to send it under and then back under. Best. Moving the copper over to make space for it. Copper is moved over. I need a couple undergrounds. The input from the copper and the iron are lined up. It's annoying. Let's move one of them over. Let's move, plan to move coal over to that side instead. And now go under there. Backed up, so they're full. Clear out the end of the copper as well, still a bit of ore there to process. Second new copper line is missing a underground belt to get the coal in. They're functional, their input isn't particularly fast, which is fine. Increase that after there's a need for it. And planning the capacity ahead of time at the moment. I actually want to connect the iron here yet until I've cleared everything out. My inventory's kind of full, so that's going to take a minute. Yeah, we'll build somewhere to dump a whole load of copper plates that we're not currently using. Some old burner equipment that we don't need anymore. I won't remember it's here. So we don't need burner inserters, burner mining drills anymore. Everything else we could use, so I'm just going to dump all the rest of it copper. I'm going to clear out the rest of this. Okay, that looks like all the copper's cleared out, so we will connect in the iron. Yep, swap over to iron production, good. So we've got 2 blocks making iron, 2 making copper now. But yeah, the number of mines or drills is going to need to increase. Yes. That should be an underground because a road is going to go through there later. Okay, everything's in place for them. So now I'm going to plan out where production lines for the red and green science are going to go. Just extend my power grid out this way. Looking at the mini-map, I probably want to start pointing things towards the east. Just a couple of cliffs off to the north that are vaguely in the way. There are this cliff right here, everything's good, so copper down this way as well. Then yeah, we'll head this way a couple blocks and start rebuilding the red production first, which is one iron gear wheel to 9. 11. 11, right? 5.5 seconds. Gear wheels are 1 per half second, so it's 11. 1 gear wheel and 11 red science. It's a nice way to lay that out. That's the 12 machines needed, so if I can juggle the inputs and outputs okay between them. Shortcut button, is it? Thinking of a mod that lets you just copy and paste the recipe. Thing I want to do is put a splitter on these lines so they're balancing themselves. Good. Waste a whole bunch of underground to... I think that might look nicer. Run that copper line directly next to the other one. I'm going to need iron input just to here for the gear wheels. There, why I've got fast inserters. Balance what we're taking away. We might want another couple fast inserters for the output. And then all of these other ones need a copper input and a gear input. There's a lot of gears. There's a load of copper. Each one needs a long and a short going in. is all the inputs. So they all just need an output. Take over to some labs at a bit of a distance because we need the input from all the other science pack manufacturers to head there. To run a loop around. It'd be nice to get that automated belt production up and running quick. Going through hundreds of them. Long grabbers to put some science on this side as well. Doesn't want to be... Oh, we can move it later. We're going to need to expand the drilling next. Or certainly before we can have an efficient green section. Filling these gaps while I'm here with 3 more labs. It used to be running. Here's our not getting a backlog anywhere. Smooth input, smooth output. So that should be all good. Slab's nearly ready. A few more belts, so we're not doing nothing. To make the green packs. 6 seconds each. So I'm currently making a red pack every half second. Yeah, that's right. So I want to make a green pack every half second, really. So we're going to need 12 machines just to make the green packs. And we'll need an input that's 12 belts and 12 inserters. Belts are made 2 per second. Inserters are made 1 per half second. So that's the same speed. Just a lot more complicated input for that. A bunch of machines because we're going to need them. Starting with the belt, so we want to make 12 belt per second. Needs... No, I've got that wrong. It's 2 belts every half second, so we want 6 belt making machines. B. 3 machines will make 2 belts every half second. No, 3 machines will make 6 belt every half second, which is 12 every second. So it's 3 belt machines. They need 1 iron gear wheel per half second, which is what that recipe does. So 3 machines with each has their own belt gear maker. Gonna need a bunch of fast inserters too. So if I've got iron going in, gears going across, so it's gear first into belt. Just need a lot of iron up that side. And belts will come out that side. Hopefully. We need fast inserters because of the speed that these work at. A few more of bits and pieces go. Grab some iron. Okay, there we have belts being produced. Next is inserters. So they need a gear wheel every half second and an electronic circuit every half second. And I'm going to want 6 machines making the inserters themselves. Each with their own gear production. Circuit makes, so each with their own electronic circuit production as well. This math's right, well I'm going to end up in a right mess. That's 6 machines. Let's say they're making inserters. I don't think I can feed them individually in a sensible way. Because what if I did do it differently and have that be gear wheel, then they need to be electronic circuit. The electronic circuit needs to be fed with copper cable, which makes 2 per half second. We need 3 per half second, so each of them needs their own and half of another one. Cannot easily do. 3 to 2. So no, I think it's better to belt up all of the component pieces. There's a whole bunch of inserter makers. And we need 6 gear makers. And 6 electronic circuit makers. Nine copper cable makers. Yeah, not too happy with that as a layout. I'd like to get the cable into the circuits in a neater manner. Two to one, so no great way of doing that. Three to one, I've got that wrong. It's 3 to 2. That's what I need in my head. It's 3 to those 2. 3 to those 2. That wrong in my head. Second guessing it all then. Yeah, 3 copper cables make 6 cable per half second. It's 3 to 2, that's correct. That could be the neatest way of doing that. 3 that then feed into 2. Then I just want to swap these around. I want to put the inserters closer to the circuit production. The gears can come one further away. Some more iron from the end here for the pockets. Okay, so we're going to need a lot of iron here. One belt might not be enough. Inserter might not be enough, but we'll see about that. That's not ideal way of balancing. Let's use a splitter. Okay. Okay. Might be fast inserters there too, if that's every half second. These need copper. Might be worth flipping them round. So the copper cable's on the far side because you need. I don't know, either way you need a line that runs past them. Take the other metal to the other part of that circuit production. If the gears need fast inserters, then the cable probably does as well. Therefore, probably the circuits. Let's queue up a bunch more fast inserters then. Let's copper in, copper cable out. Iron in. Can't do that. Blocks off the next row. And then needs to come in. Ooh. Sure. That's the equivalent of that. Don't think we got space to do it like this. Need to get iron plates down here and into the machine. Can do from there. And that prevents us from putting copper into the next row up. Them further away. Or yeah, the inputs somehow. Yeah, mirror it so it's the copper that goes into those ones. The output coming with a long inserter is going to be too slow, I think. Might work. Assuming the amount of iron and copper we need, I can't share the input belt. Maybe if it was a faster input belt, which I haven't unlocked. I mean, we can just run it inefficiently until I unlock that, is an option. So that being the case, this could be a shared belt. No, because that will get in the way. Actually, even looking at that, we're too close to the inserters here because we need a whole input and output for them. Three different materials. That side's going to need to stay empty to allow for that. This is a messy one. And simplify the inputs and outputs by putting all of the copper cable together. and one row there. These will just be circuits. Pull the cable out. Cable into the circuit makers. Then in. Circuits out. I feel like that's going to be too slow, but it'll have to do for now. We shall see. Yeah, we'll see about that. Yeah, the way we feed all these things in is going to have to change. It's 1-to-1, so let's. Same on this side. Need iron plates in and inserters out. Yeah. Plates in. These will do inserters out. Ideally, we would balance that here. Don't think there's any way of doing that. No, just have to balance it after all of them. So, to make this work, still need iron plates to be fed into these circuit makers. So why don't we do that next to this one, I guess. Because we can't put inserters there, that's why. So it's going to have to go on the top side. Which it can't, really. It's underground somehow. In any obvious way that I can see. I'll do this. The way. That's the section I want cleared. And here. Put the inserters there, but then how do I get the iron bars there? The iron plates. Don't think I can. It'll be a hell of a mess however I do that. Also don't think I can do half a belt of copper cable into these, it just won't be enough. That being the case, output better at the top. No. Those inserters are old. They are old. Didn't tidy up properly, so actually those spaces are free. These have got, yeah, copper cable coming in. Those inserters are the wrong way round. And then do this same underground pattern on this side to put the iron plates in. They have just gone in circles and ended up with a right mess, but I think it's going to work at least. Just tidy this up so we don't need to do that anymore. So I need copper all the way at the top here. Iron in on that one and iron in on that one. It's a bit messy just because that, yeah. Do that a bit different. Where we split off the copper. Should be all good to make inserter production up and running. All those belts while they're sitting there. Okay. Iron plates are going in. Gears are being made. Iron plates are going in here too. Copper is going up in the top. Cable goes in. Circuit goes in. Inserter is made and put on that belt. Any second now an inserter comes out this end. There it is. Excellent. I now kind of wish I'd built all this further up and the green science right at the bottom. That would have been smarter. Green science only needs these two things, so I could just build it on the end here. I'm out of power poles. Supply of copper cable is fine, it's not short or anything, it's just one in the middle is not able to put down. That's because I've got 5 going to the outside. These machines are prioritising the inside, so that balance should go 1 back. Ideally. They're now backlogging because the inserters are full. Okay, build out this way. I need to have 12 machines making green packs. Machines as well. They're working quite slowly, so they don't need fast inserters or anything. 2 inputs. 1 output. Fit there. Some more belts. The green ones onto that loop. Need to run these 2 belts down the middle, and we're good. Do need that one to feed that one. Okay, so green packs are now being made. Start pulling all those materials out at a proper pace. I'll be able to see in a short while whether I'm short of any production, which I'm sure I'm going to be short of copper drills. Research has started up, that's good, right. Made a bunch of lamps, so I'm going to start lighting things up. Production well illuminated. Let's put another bunch in. Here. Oh, go in a neat pattern. all of those labs up, so that's all good. Inputs are tailing back, even though it's supposed to be spot on. Not complaining, I can come over and grab a whole bunch of stuff now. Okay, let's trace it all back then. Everything appears to be flowing at the top end. There's a little shortage right in this hole here. Nothing significant, just means this feeding line is not fully saturated. That is because this is not fully saturated. Which is because we need more iron drills. That's fine. Copper one, on the other hand, is fully saturated at the endpoint at the moment, even though the input's clearly very short. Gonna need some more, I'm sure of it. Four iron ones in. I've add another 4 copper ones. Needs balancing. Coal is looking fine at the moment. How's power production capacity? Still positive, so no issue there. Landfill is researched. Okay, so we can get into red and green research chains. Let's get next step of assembly machines. I do just want to set up a machine making landfill. I do like to make square edges to all of the ponds and rivers. Okay. How's that iron supply looking now? Still running short. Some more mines down then. Blue for now. So we've got the blue assembly machine. Let's get the research speed done first. It's the right way around to do it. A little more iron from the looks of it. Fully saturate a single belt going in at least. Some lights out here in the mining fields as well. And them in the smelteries. It's just the road down the middle to illuminate, which I haven't started making road materials yet. Drop a light on that bunch of stuff. Drills wouldn't hurt. Some lights into these ones as well. Where are we? Vaguely line things up. That pole, skip a pole on that one, skip a pole on this one. Then just want to light up our power generation as well. Don't see much behind all the smoke, but there we go. Or the vapour, I suppose it is. That's probably enough. How is the power? Right at its limit. So it's time to build in another. Row of engines. That pipe's already there, so inserter, boiler, 2 engines. We've got some headroom there now. That coal supply starting to get some gaps in it, which can be a big mess if it runs short unexpectedly, so let's expand the amount of coal going in that direction. Bit of a weird shaped bit there, but never mind. Let's balance this belt as well. Make it more obvious when there's a shortfall. Okay, so that iron input is looking a lot fuller now. All the way down the smeltery. That may not be due to the input, it could be because the green science output is backlogging. The answer to that would be more labs, I guess. Why not? I'll throw down some more radars as well, I'm just looking at those. Let's get another 12 labs. Go big. The 10 radars as well. That, actually thinking about it, that many radars is probably going to need a big expansion of our power production. I'll queue those items up as well. Research speed increased. What have we got now? Can do another research speed. Sure. These labs are going to fit before we reach the iron field. Four, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. No, they won't. That's where they'll end up. Then the loops out. Don't forget to put the inserters in place. Oops. Need to click that. Refill on base metals. Seems like it's all going to be fine. Maybe some of the research that goes faster might drain the materials quicker. Find out when we get to them. Out next. How is the map looking? Expanded out some distance. We found the next coal field. 2.3 million we've still got here. Will probably last the entire game. 70 million up there definitely will. Iron patch, a couple of copper ore patches. Oil down there by the waterfront. It's in quite a good location in terms of feeding it into the base. All of these cliffs to the northwest are in an annoying location. There we go. We'll blow them up later. Radar's upgraded. Start revealing more quicker. So now crafting queue is power, so I'll head down that way. Just overbuild it, I think, even if it isn't required right now. It is required right now, so there we go. In place as well. I think that's where they belong. We'll find out as I... Yeah, that is right. A few pipes and that'll be up and running. So yeah, production capacity for power is now double what we're using, so that'll be happy for a while. Keep half an eye on the coal input now that we've increased that. Going okay. To set up the next smeltery section, feed some stone into it, perhaps. It's last long inserters. All the labs are up and running now. Yep. Next research. So the next lab speed research needs blue packs, which you haven't unlocked yet because, well, they're a ways away. Fluids, oil, plastics, all needed first. Let's start with the logistics, actually. I'd like to have those lined up. It doesn't look like any of this needs the faster belts. It's kind of backlogged fine, and the inputs are all sufficient. Maybe I would have been able to split the belts into two. Interesting. Opposite problem I thought I would have with the lighting in my room today. I thought the sun would come out and make everything far too bright, but the clouds are just getting darker. Just increase the gain camera. Don't look quite so miserable in here. That'll do for now. It's all flowing well. Could build more labs, I suppose. Don't think that's necessary. So no, I think the next thing I'll work on is extending this smelting. We'll do another block of smeltery. Pick up some furnaces from their little chest. Need more belts, so I'll queue those up for handcrafting. Okay, so I want to leave a gap for another roadway. Then the next one starts. So on that power pole. One block over, I think. Yep, just one block over and that would be right. Should be one block over as well. And next set are like so. Yep. We're just going to need one more row of power poles as well. So logistics 2 is finished. We've got red belts and all of that. I'd like to have steel furnace, though we will need to set up steel production. Maybe that's what I'll do here. More iron into steel, and then a third block for the stone. Actually, one thing I will do now is force myself to take a break before I get absorbed too much into Factorio. I'll leave things running and assume the place won't burn down, but I will just go stretch my legs for a minute. I suggest you do the same, especially if you've been sat here for 90 minutes like me. Bit of a wander and I'll be back in just a minute or two. See you shortly. Hello, I am back from just a brief walk around to keep the blood flowing. Also changed the lights again. I think that might improve it. It's getting darker and darker outside here. Okay, let's just check and see if anything fell apart while I was away. Perfectly fine. Pick our next research. Power poles would be useful. Continue laying out this next smeltery. Maybe I should have beelined for the blueprint research. Personally, I don't mind manually crafting it all. Something's not right here. Distances between something isn't correct. Let's see why. Oh, no, they're right. No, it's all fine, just didn't look right. Put lines as well. Marching faster than I can build things. What's next? Just get the circuit networks so that we've got them. All these inserters in. Yeah, I've got enough. Just that stack that ran out. Run over and get a few more stacks from the machines. Next research, that is going quick. No particular rush to do any of them. Engines are next, like progression, so let's tidy up the little ones that are not. Do tool belt. Balancing thingies. Okay, so that could be another row of iron. Steel itself. There it is. Takes 5 iron plates in 16 seconds. Iron is made 1 every 3.2 seconds. So 5. 1 furnace is making 5 iron plates in 16 seconds. So it's 1 to 1. Iron to steel. So I could use this one on the right for iron and this one on the left for steel. That wouldn't make a lot of steel. So now let's do 2. These 2 in iron and the next 2 in steel. Tool melt is done, so let's get concrete, I guess. Okay, so I want to build the same again, basically. Let's go pick up some more furnaces and more inserters and everything. Do with putting those roads in place, because I'm noticing how slowly I run now. That's a good stock of everything. Researching concrete, so I suppose once we got that I'll set up a small bit of production for that and use that to make some roadways. So first things first, I'm going to need to extend our power pole grid. Doing iron straight into steel, I don't think I want to leave a roadway. It would be more symmetrical if I do leave the gap. Yeah, let's leave the gap. Well, then if I want to change what's produced in each cell later, then it'll be symmetrically still. I was worried that was a cliff, but it's not. It's good. One more power I think I need. Laying the furnaces first, so a gap and then there. Should be right. Yeah, that looks correct. Good. Continue down the whole run then. This is done. Lay the belts out. Research finished, so solar energy, I guess. And then the next one will be engine, which progresses us further down the main pathways. Okay, that's the belt. Do the balancing bit at the top. That's not right. Ah, just that one bit of belt that's unnecessary. They're fine. Inserters next. Picking fingers getting tired. That's all the inserters, okay. I'll want a way of taking the iron from the end and up to the start of the steel, but actually put iron and steel in the same cell, I can run it up this middle gap. Alright, otherwise I just the end of one up the edge of the roadway and into the other. I like the idea of keeping it inside the cell. So this would be iron plate output. Gonna need more belts. Yeah, I think that's quite tidy. So I just need an iron ore input on the first one and then coal into both. Which probably require more coal mine. And more iron drills, I imagine. Let's build a couple more drills then. Come over and grab some more materials. Start down this end with running more iron along. So we kind of want to change what I've done down here so that it balances what it's pulling off like it does with the finished ones, which means moving it up one row to start with. Build in the extra drills. Two lines all the way down. Start the engine research. near where we're pulling off the balancers in. We'll need to move out of the way. This will need to be balanced and pulled off. Again, research finished. Okay, so that's vehicles and fluid handling. So that's the main path to blue science. So let's get all the ceiling vehicles unlocked. Might use them. I haven't typically used them while playing in the past. I don't really mind running around too much, but might build a little buggy. Okay, so that's copper moved out of the way. These two iron lines can keep coming. Pull one off here. Looks right. Everything looks in its correct place. We do need to bring coal up as well. We're probably going to need more than one line of that, so that's going to need expanding too. Which it can do. Those underground ones we just need moving a little bit. Okay, but probably going to need more coal drills if I'm doing that. So that's car done. Let's get rails. What I'll do is turn this line around. Send that all down to the power generation. Bring this whole line up the other way. See how far that single line of it gets before I need to turn it into two. It could be quite a way. I think the actual steel itself is going to use quite a lot. We'll find out once it's up and running. That should start that whole cell off. Start making iron plates, which get fed back into the top of the next half. Starts making steel beams. Is all good from the looks of it, so now I just need to extend further out to the second steel cell that I wanted. Do need a balancer. Remember I was making those. There we go. Do want to look at that. Concrete, yes. Refined concrete as well. Not seen that before. Concrete is stone, bricks, iron ore and water. Refined is kind of like reinforced steel, iron sticks, concrete, water. So first thing to do would be to set up the brick smelting. So I want to just create a little dedicated concrete making area. Stone, coal and water, which the further we go along, the longer I'll be transporting them. Could just send a little bit of iron ore and stone down to the water where we're doing the power at the moment. Keep going, getting all the different bits of rail infrastructure, even though I don't intend to use them for a while. Two smeltery cells making steel. Pick up what we've made so far. We want some lighting. Okay, so that cell is also complete, but as predicted, there's nowhere near enough coal making it this far. This one's not badly supplied, but this last one's not getting enough. The line is nowhere near saturated at the start, so don't necessarily need a second one. We'll find out. Power. Still a good head space on that. Okay, so other than military stuff, I've researched everything that might distract from the main route. Fluid handling is next. Just going to grab all the materials to go make another smeltery cell for stone. Fluid handling done. Fluid wagon's a dead end, so we'll pick that up quick. Interesting that these belts are not fully saturated at all. fine. We can upgrade the furnaces without an issue and it'll feed into the next one well. It's just good that it's flowing, I guess. Still not getting enough fuel to the end of the row. Some iron and get some more drills on the coal. Could start setting up some solar power as well, which I believe one of the achievements that I'm looking to fill in is about producing a lot of solar. We're going to need another row of coal from this side adding on. Because it's one-sided, it's going to need balancing. Now that does, that belt's looking white full now. A couple more wouldn't hurt, but that coal patch is nearly full now. We may need to look at the rail lines that are going to head to that 70 million patch up there. That's a big job. Now we'll come and add this stone smeltery on this side. If I can see. Is that going to cause an issue on this one or on the next one? So that's the gap, and then we do 4. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Should just about be okay. Let's look at what is the chain that takes us to cliff destroying. Don't know what that would look like. Presumably it starts with oil. Flammable. There it is. Cliff explosives. To reach that point in the chain we need to get military 2. Then sulfur into explosives. Let's do the easy military 2 now. Then oil processing. Bang the next set of furnaces out. Looks even closer now that I put them in. Let's just check. Yeah, it is just enough space to put this row in. Good. It's lucky. Yeah, it is. Never quite looks right for some reason, that last row. That's the furnaces. That's belts in place. Processing is done, so we'll need to head out and connect some oil production soon. Sulphur was next. It's going to be a while before I can make any cliff explosives, but getting them unlocked is a target, so might as well head for it. No particular rush to get anywhere, so the order that we research things isn't terribly important. Internal belts, so let's just do the bit at the top. Look right, that's not right. What's happened there? Need 2 gap to turn that one around. Yep. Belts, so I've just got to fill in the inserters and the lamps. The inserters, okay, so coal wants connecting here, and then we need a big long line to bring the stone over. There's explosives, getting closer, good. So the stone is probably going to need more mines. I'm not sure how many I even put over there to begin with. We can't make landfill and feed the smeltery. Let's move. Move that landfill somewhere else. I just want to feed it off of one. One drill here, right on the edge. stone, I think. Don't know how much we're going to use, but might as well get a nice solid belt full. Don't know if I want to leave space for more copper. Not for now. We'll just line it up one away. Can always move it later. Okay, so that's connected. Let's extend it. Going to need a lot more belt. Some lamps to light this up as well. Down here. Missing ones into this section as well. There's cliff explosives researched. In order to actually make them, we need a barrel, which I think is just made from steel, grenades, and explosives. Grenades are iron and coal. Explosives are coal, sulfur, and water. Sulfur is water and petrol. Petrol comes from oil. Before we can clear that and build a next smelting cell, I will need to go and connect up the oil production. Take some time before we get to any of that. Research a few things to get them out of the queue. Okay, that is connected, so stone will start smelting now. Looks like we could fit a bit more iron ore onto the lines. A few gaps appearing. A whole bunch on this side that's not being tapped, so it's not perfectly even, but I'm not going to worry too much. That line is full, so I don't really want to connect it there. I think I want to bring both of these lines over. Sure of a good way of connecting them actually. Balance those three. Some more splitters. That. Balance these two together and those two together. Then balance those together. Feeling it's at the point that it needs 3 lines. Possibly. Don't need to research too much military because we've not got enemies, but there are some things like power armor and the attachments that you can put in it. Research it, but not necessarily look at how we manufacture it yet. Those 2 lines are now packed full. See how that goes for now. Expand it to 3. Next time we need more iron, I guess. Empty all this stone out of my inventory, stock up on various materials and head down to that oil deposit nearby. Want some stone bricks, I'll take some of that. Gonna need to build a whole bunch of what are they called? Oil jacks. Can't see them. There they are. Pump jacks, yep. And a bunch of refineries. Not sure any chemical plants to begin with. Just in case we do. I need a whole bunch of iron to make pipe work. Should do to begin with, and then just take a whole bunch of spare belts in case we need to move things around. Oh, didn't put any lamps down. Okay. All those mines are looking good. Belts coming out of them are all packed full. Could put more labs into the research area, but sure this is fast enough for my tastes. More raw materials in case I've forgotten. Anything that we might need down there? I think that ought to be enough to start heading over there. Gonna need power when we get there, so actually quite short of electric poles. Build across from where the power is generated, then down when we get in line. Clear some of the woods out as we go and turn them into new poles. Dense woods. Some clearing, that's okay. Still got a long queue of things to handcraft, so line cleared out, just make it a bit wider so I can see where I'm putting the poles. Should be enough. The mini-map until I get in the vague correct area. Get those poles built first, then queue back up everything else. About there, I think. Yeah, it's good enough. Oh, so it's only 3 oil wells. I guess it's very high yield. What I didn't bring was some landfill to tidy these edges up in case they're in the way. Shouldn't be an issue. Just take things northwards and build that way. Getting whatever we've made down here up to where we're building stuff is quite a distance, so maybe a case of getting this connected and then looking at a rail line. We may build something small down here to make to focus on cliff explosives and then go and destroy all of those cliffs that are in the way of everything, building squarely. Interesting one. If we build a rail line, I'm going to have to consider how many more smeltery cells we're going to go across. The little roadways we've left won't be wide enough for a whole rail line. A few basic bits connected and then see what we do. 3 pump jacks. Get the power pole where I want it. Never mind. What we could do with is a big tank to store liquid in, which we find somewhere. There it is. No doubt going to need more electricity when the refineries are all connected. We need to do to get solar running. Copper, steel and circuits is all fine. It's the batteries that are the issue. Why sulfuric acid? Sulfur and water. Sulfur comes from petrol. Maybe I just set up initially something down here to make sulfur. It's just water and petrol. Make a whole bunch of that. And then work our way from there. Sulfur's also what we needed for explosives. Yeah, it'd be nice if there was a coal patch out here, but there's not. Not covered another oil patch next to any coal, so putting a radar down here, start uncovering some more things. On that handcraft queue to catch up. Binary's ready, so let's see. That way round, I guess. Okay. one recipe at the moment. A whole bunch of pipes just to use them making refineries. Then that's how I lay it out typically. Shall see. Be quite a while before we're actually making blue packs, but might as well research it. Okay, so those three are now all pumping into this crude oil tank. Shame that that doesn't line up right. We'll do if I put another tank in, so let's do that. Turn that one round. It's not great. A little squiggly line is the best we can do. That now lines up with there. More pipes. You mod your armor. No, I can't queue. Okay. One thing at a time. Ah, that has changed since I last played. Basic oil processing only makes petrol, it doesn't make the heavy oil and light oil. Okay. That's unnecessary then. Some lights in down here. Use straight pipes now so we can start plugging it in. Okay, so we are successfully making petrol. Power supply issue, that's predictable, but we'll deal with that in a minute. To start with, I just want a basic sulfur production. So where is that done? In a chemical plant. Let's make a bunch of those. Get a water pump connected. Petrol and water. research all these portable equipments to get them out of the queue. Okay, chemical plant. Turn that tank around. And hope that sulfur takes them that way round. It does not. Chemical plant. Petrol's on the left. So that is making sulfur, which I can just dump into a little box. Then if I want to explosives, then I can just carry a bunch of sulfur over. Or I'll need to bring a bunch of coal down here. If I want to make batteries, then I need to bring iron plates down here. Both cases I would need coal to smelt the iron. So it might be that I set up a rail network that takes fluid petroleum or even oil. No, I think petrol. So we'll make the petrol down here. Take that by rail up to the north. This kind of region. We'll go to process things from there based on the lines we've already drawn, but we will need to add that coal to the rail network and bring it in down here somewhere. But okay, it does give a direction. We need to sort rails out next. Yeah, mining productivity would be good. Sulfur I've got. Take 100 when we get there and head back. Don't know how much cliff each explosive will take away. Okay, let's head back. Then pick up some coal. Need a chemical plant to make the explosives in. Through here. The spare offshore pump. Yep, there it is. Pipes. I'll just hook that planned one up actually. Run for a while. Music playlist has become very sleepy, so swap to the next one, see what that's like. Quite a few explosives then out of this sulfur. It must be, yeah, 2 for each time the recipe runs. So we'll end up with 200 explosives, which will turn into 20 cliff explosives. So I'm going to need 20 barrels and 20 grenades as well. Barrels. Grab a bunch of coal to make grenades. Make, yeah, cliff explosives by hand. Didn't put my radars down. Never mind. A second plant to speed this up, thinking about it. New animations are pretty cool. First time seeing the new chemical plant, which is, you can see inside. Very fancy. It's almost that first one done. Take half of the sulfur out of this one. Keep going. Made the first explosive. That's the last of the sulfur. They've queued up all of the cliff explosives, so take all this away. Let's take these over to a cliff and see what we can do with them. this one that's immediately in the way. Well, that's good. That whole lot taken out by one. So then, where's the next most annoying stuff? I mean, all of this doesn't really matter, it's all got to go. It destroys quite a lot with each one. I'm still not sure 20 is going to be enough for the whole lot, but it will make a great start. Lots of available research, but we need either military or chemical for a lot of it. Can get modules. Yeah, so that's all of our cliff explosives built. Cleared out maybe a third to a half of what I needed. It's okay. Just need to make a whole bunch more, so maybe I should set up some permanent. Chemical plant down here that is doing it. I guess I can run the sulfur back and forth every now and then until we have everything in place. Chemical plant. A great spot to put it in. Little box to store them in. Can't make the barrels and grenades down here, so that's going to have to be done separately anyway. So we're just making explosives. Don't really mind if we overbuild as well. We're undoubtedly going to need to remove more cliffs in the future. Let's head over and see what sulfur we've got there. Place down these radars while we're there. Do the job. 500 sulfur. It's pretty quick to make. So in terms of setting up a rail line, raw stone, steel and iron. A few engines to make the train itself. Don't know if I can bring together all those parts. Stone will need to split off, which we could do down the end here. Steel is here and iron can be redirected. Not found a new stone source. Can just hand make absolutely everything is an option. It's making explosives, so leave that to itself for a while. Just use the overflow of iron from the steel production to make some ad hoc down here. Split some stone and send it down. I think making it by hand is going to be the neatest option. Need to look at how we make the engine units, but that's not so urgent as the actual rail network itself. Let's make 650 rail then. It's about concrete. So be a ad hoc machine I stick in the middle of, or down by the water here. Let's try it. Can't use a tier 1 assembly machine though, can you? Because they don't take water in. Correct. I'll have to wait for our 650 rails to be finished then. These radars are now excessive because we've mapped out the starting zone. This is on the agenda to get done. Rail network is the primary thing. Solar power. And make some batteries and get started on it. Engine unit just has to be done in an assembling machine. It's only iron and steel, which we've got. Could make the small modular armour, but don't think it's worth it for the small one. Not much else going on. Aids and what have you. A couple more researchers at this level, then we'll need to make chemical science packs would be best. That needs plastic and sulfur and don't recognise that symbol. Oh, engine units, okay. We'll want to produce a section on our science line for that. Engine units. Plastic is coal and petrol. Sulfur is water and petrol, so both of those. The production of the blue packs themselves is going to need to wait until we've got the rail network up and running. Military packs need piercing rounds, grenades and wall. None of which we need beyond creating those military packs. Let's focus on the chemical for now. Engine units we can actually get set up now. I need to put steel onto lines that run up the side here. Let's do that with our first steel cell. Let's do it with both. Let's combine them. I want to be there. This one, and this one at that level. Splitter there. Away we go. Do I want to make them? Can make them to the left of the line and send them over, or keep going north? Let's make them on the left here. Nothing else to go here, particularly in the current plans. Lay out the power grid first and then start doing some math. Okay, so an engine unit is produced in 10 seconds. 2 chemical packs are made in 24 seconds. So ultimately, just for the sake of symmetry, I want to be making the same number of blue packs as I am everything else, which is 11 every half second. I'm making 12 green ones. I guess that's just because these came out with even numbers and this one comes out with odd numbers. Let's call it 12 per half second. No, I've got that wrong. 1 per half second. That's how it works. 12 of these and 11 of those make 1 per half second. So I want to make 1 chemical pack per half second. A single machine makes 1 every 12 seconds. So we need 12 machines. 12 machines are going to require 24 engine units. Twenty-four machines making, no, 24 engine units per second. By the way, that sounds impossible. We want 1 per half second. Therefore, 12 of those will make 1 per half second. Requiring 24 engine units per half second. 24 per half second is, I mean, each one is 10 seconds. So you need 10 to make 1 per second. You need 20 to make 1 per half second. You need, I've lost track of it already, but it's somewhere in the region of hundreds of machines. You need 24 engine units per half second. 24 would make 24 per 10 seconds, so 240 machines would make an engine unit, would make enough engine units per half second to make one chemical pack per half second. I'm not going to put 240 machines out here making engine units. So we're going to have to do a fraction of blues compared to the reds and greens. So we could cut back on red and green production when we reach that point. We could do it now, but there's not much need to. Reduce the power consumption, I guess. But it's pretty minimal. We can just leave it on the... We can leave it on the grey machines while upgrading the other ones to blue and yellow machines, which will create a... make it faster. On a assembly machine 3, I'm assuming runs at 1 times speed. That's 1.25. So we'd need blue machine first. Instead of 240, you'd need 180. You still need 90 yellow machines to go at that pace. Which is too many. I mean, even half of that is too many, really. Then if the blue science packs are also in a yellow machine, it reduces the number of those that are required. So when I talk about 1 per half second, the grey machines are working at half speed, so it's actually 1 per second. If we're using yellow machines that go at 1.25 speed, then making 1 blue pack per second is different. So 12 machines working at 1 times speed would make 1 per second. So that means the number's not great. It's like 9 and a bit machines. So let's say 10 machines. 10 yellow machines will make 1 chemical pack per second, requiring 20 engine units per second. To make 20 engine units per second at, let's say, at 1 times speed to begin with, you'd need 200. No, that can't be right. Yeah, it is. Because if you speed the blue ones up, even though that's reducing the number of machines required, it's speeding up how quickly you need the engines. So it's still a few hundred. Which is not... I mean, we're in no particular rush. We could do it. Massively increase production of absolutely everything and have... whatever it was, 240 engine unit machines. Rows of 12. 20 times. It's just a huge amount of space. And electricity and raw materials that will need to go in. Not that we're short of raw materials, just getting them connected is a job. Do I want to get Blue Research up and running? To some degree before then. Even doing a tenth of it is going to require 24 machines. Let's start with that. Let's start with a tenth of what I think I need. So I think I need 24 machines making engines. I need to make the machines. What, 6, 8, 10, 12. So I'm going to need 2 rows of 12. Do I want to leave a space for this to expand? Probably. Ah, can't. There's a cliff there. So engines require gear wheel and pipe. Gear wheel and 2 pipe. One gear wheel and 2 pipe every 10 seconds. This is hurting my brain, so now is a good time to take another quick break. As it has been 3 hours in total, and the sun is setting, I need to go close all the blinds and refill my drink now, so I'm just going to queue a few more things up for handcrafting. It's fine. Then pop for another, let's say, 2-minute break. I'll be back shortly. Hope to see you then. I'm back from another short break. Legs have not fallen asleep yet. So we just passed the 3-hour mark. That's when I typically would have been finishing, but today is an extra long stream. Just to see if I can survive 6 hours or whether I need to plan for less than that. Okay, so far. Remembering to take breaks and keep drinking and everything like that, so hopefully we'll make it all the way till 7 PM if the maths of Factorio doesn't kill me in the meantime. So let's look at this again. Looking at blue science packs. I'm trying to make 24 machines worth of engine units. Therefore I need an iron gear wheel. I need 24 iron gear wheels every 10 seconds, or 2.4 gear wheels per second. And it makes 1 per half second. So I'm after about 5 per half second. So I need 5 gear machines, which I would rather put in the middle. These are going to be gear wheels. And then twice as many pipes as gear wheels. Pipes are 1 per half second, so we just need 10 pipe machines. I don't want them in the middle. Produce them at the tops and feed them down, or other way around, produce them at the bottom. So we're going to make pipe at the bottom, then gear wheels, then engine units. 9. Let's look at that. If I want 48 pipes every 10 seconds, I need 4.8 per second, which is 9.6, so yeah, 10 machines. Pipes, gear wheels, and then this is the engine units themselves, which also need steel putting in. Researching whatever's available at the moment, as it will be some time before we've got the full blue packs up and running. Need to get the plastic production up here. Haven't even started. Okay, so I need to pull off a line of iron. Should be easier done if I didn't have these squished up next to each other. So I'm glad I left some space, because I'm going to spread these out. Let's put 2 in between everything, so they'll be empty. That'll be copper, copper. Empty, empty. Steel's going to go there. Copper's going to move here. always need more belts. Room in my inventory to pick up all of these. I need to direct them over here. Cut it off at the bottom. No, I've got that wrong, haven't I? One more to the right. Empty that line as well then. Need to let that run through for a while. We are out of things we can research. Next step is going to be blue, so lab research speed will be the next one. It's going to take us some time to get there, but we will eventually. Using so much copper. But now that we're not researching, we're not using any. I'm going to need a big steel chest to dump it in. That's where we're splitting off. And that's... There we go. Tidy up this line I put in the wrong place. That's fine in the inventory. The inventory's just very full of rail at the moment, which is what I wanted. Okay, so that frees up a bit of space that makes it easier to split off some iron for this pipes. Don't really want to do it there because of that split off, so let's do it on the other side. Need it for the gears as well. Doesn't make it easier because the copper's in the way on this side. It's good enough. It's not ideal, but the actual amount of iron being used for that single gear factory on the right is very little. These, well, let's try with normal inserters and see if it's fast enough. Sides need swapping. Fine, we balanced enough. Then this side also needs iron. Yeah, not ideal, but it'll do. The reason I use faster is because I need 2 iron in. That makes sense. And do they need regular out? Should be okay. Pretty sure we're going to need fast for the pipes as well. Some lighting as well. Much better. Those gears need their sides balancing too. Should it be after? Let's put it there and see if that works better. So these 2 lines to go into here. Actually, it's very unnecessary because seeing what I've seen on that side, I'm pretty sure they can share a belt. They could certainly share a red belt if that became necessary. So let's not balance the sides. Then you should just be able to put end up with an inventory full of pipes and gears, but share that. If they can share that, we can run steel up the middle. Definitely don't need fast inserters, so we can use the long inserters very easily. Things in the wrong place are I'm frying my brain with the maths. Let's get that steel connected. Okay, then we just need the output from the engines. There's some already. Now when it becomes time to make a locomotive, we can just come down here and grab a bunch. Bring up the sulphur. No, bring up the petrol and the water. Make the sulphur here. Petrol, water and coal from the new coal field up the top. Okay. Got a whole bunch of rail so we can start laying out the beginnings of a rail network. Just noticed I haven't left a gap for my walkway. Okay. Just gonna go make a bunch more cliff explosives. So I need coal to make the grenades. I haven't got any more iron. Guessing our power production is happy only because the sulphur box is full where the refineries are. They're not running. That is 500 explosives. Probably way more than we need. I'll make 50 cliff explosives if I make 50 grenades and 50 barrels. It's 50 barrels lined up. I've got 25 grenades so far, so I need another 25 grenades. There we go. There's a few things in this inventory that don't need to sit there at the moment. Put them into this box I left. Those pump jacks are not necessary. Don't need those drills on hand or the furnaces. The others I'll keep for now. Just waiting on very slow grenade making to get cliff explosives moving. I'm going to want probably all of this will ultimately need moving again. I'm going to want all of the actual manufacturing of things to happen in this line. I think could make another one off the back of it to make the plastic and stuff before feeding it in. Kind of makes a lot of sense. So we need to leave room here for things like that, making plastic. This map will be more helpful. Much room for making, let's say, plastic and stuff. How many more furnace cells am I going to want? Not many. Might just need to add another iron and copper one. They can still be upgraded as well. I haven't upgraded the furnaces to steel furnaces, which would increase the amount that each cell makes. Maybe just two more. If I space out where that ends, then build a train depot after that, Is there anything else that I would want to smelt? No, I think 2 for steel, 1 for bricks, probably 2 for iron, 2 for copper. And then if that's not enough raw materials, slow down production of everything, I guess. Redesign the whole thing, like with beacons and stuff like that, or build a whole separate smelting location fed by rail. Yeah, I'm happy that in this current configuration 2 more is the maximum I would do, so let's space that. That's the walkway. That's next cell. That's the walkway. That's the final cell. So this left of this line of power poles is where I will set up a rail depot for goods being delivered into this area. That far from the oil. A whole bunch of pumps might be better, but I like trains. So what are the different bits? You have rail with a train stop on it, and then a pump into storage tanks. Storage tank. This could be too far away. No, because we could send a line. We put the extra iron and copper on this end instead of next to the other ones. Then whatever's needed, for example, for battery making, is over this end. We can have an upward shoot further this way. There'll just be a few things that are used in both areas that have some a short distance to go, not far. This is fine. I just want enough space. Or some fluid tanks. Make a few more to help me space this out. Kill the cliff explosives after the last grenades are done. While we're out here, it wouldn't hurt to drop just a couple of radars. Map out a bit more of the north. Yeah, so that fits neatly in between them, okay. So that's okay. I need to build a pump to know the distances, so I'm going to have to go back and get some engine units. Those, interestingly, haven't filled the belts up. Oh, I guess, yeah, just because they're so slow, that does make sense. Back over we go. Or am I crazy? Is it not a pump? Is it a different device? Pretty sure it's a pump. If that was there, we would run a rail line like that. It's highlighting that tank, so I'm hoping that it's correct. Does the direction matter? I'd assume the train stop controls whether it's loading or unloading rather than the pump. So that way round would be the right way round. And it looks like it's connecting. I think that's right. I would like to check that before I build an entire rail network off it. So how can we check? We're going to need a locomotive, a train stop, and liquid in these tanks. Go put a little petrol in to some barrels. Up here. A little water, that's easier. Didn't bring the pump with me. A blue assembly. Fill a water barrel. Don't need a pump. The machine can take it straight away, that's good. 10 barrels of water. And off we go. A nicely placed iron field if I was thinking of putting more iron to melting right here. Can connect that up. Okay, so put the locomotive down. They are connected. Hold a loop. Some wood to burn. Put the station so the pump is lined up right. Ah, okay, can't. We could drive on the left and put it this way. Which side do you want to drive on? I want it so that rail structures go between, which means driving on the left. Okay. So first I need to empty water barrel. And then tell this train to go to Jonathan Roberts. Doesn't tell it to load or unload. It is loading. Water is in. So that is the correct way of doing that. If I turn the pump around, it unloads. Yeah, that's right. If I turn one way and one the other, then it gets confused. Yeah. Okay. So we can only unload or load from a single point. So is it better to have more space? No. This will just be an unloading point. And empty out. Okay, so that's fine. Get a little box to put a whole train inside of because I don't need it right now. I'm going to want multiple stations here. One that unloads liquids, one that unloads solid items minimum. Spacing of the train stop is relevant, so that's important to know. Could just have liquids are unloaded on the first carriage and items on the second carriage. And then if I have a train that only deals with solid and it has 2 locomotives, it only deals with liquid, then you can't unload a second liquid tank. So no, we'll have 2 stations. So the next one over needs enough space to unload onto belts or into steel chests, and then from the steel chest onto belt. How many belts is unknown. I'll say 4 at most, so a gap, 4 and a gap. I want to turn them round here. So that's going to want balancing, because all of the inserters are going to unload to the bottom. So to make 4 lanes going out, we'd need 8 lanes coming into it, which is not going to happen. Whichever way around it is. Say we do it like that. Need the chests for the storing, and then the other inserters will go into there. And the other line will run there. Then, okay. Build a network that's just based on having 2 carriages all the time, I guess. Lots of small trains. Oh, what's better? A train with lots of carriages, or lots of trains with few carriages? It'll do for now. We can always rebuild the entire rail network if we need to. It's just that station there. This hub. And we're going to want to connect those lines together. Put them onto a 2-directional or 2-lane network. That needs to happen to the west, so I'm going to have to clear out a bunch of trees, which is easier done if I go and make a bunch of grenades. What about just thinking about how to power? I want to move that over 1. Let's do anyway, because I didn't factor in that bit. Can't move it over 1. Can only move it over 2. So I'll have to do that. That lot. Huge fan of that change. So if you try to run over this, it will put underground in place. I think I preferred it the other way, where it would just overwrite it in the direction I was telling it to go. No big deal. Okay, that's that. Fixed so that they get powered properly. Let's go make some grenades. While we're heading this way, we can go blow up a few more cliffs. A few to the north still to clear out. We have enough on hand to do it all. It goes to plan. Stack maybe. 19 more to go. Be close. So the ones in the way immediately, but there's just a little bit to the north. Some more further north, but I think, at least for now, they're not an issue. So it's now just the ones in amongst what I've already built. None of which are really causing a major issue, but I do prefer having flat land. I suppose I could have just generated a map with no cliffs on. That might have been the better idea. So we need to pick up a bit of coal. A lot of coal. There's hopefully enough grenades to clear out a forest. We shall see. Look over to these rails and work out how we're going to connect them to a main line as we wait for these grenades to build. One stop lets me put signals on there if needed, and they can then turn. That ought to be fine in terms of leaving. We want the length of the train after that before we do the next movement. I could do with a spare train stop just so I can visualise train length. Can I do that with a signal? Maybe. Clear those out by hand. I'm not going to throw grenades next to rails. So if I do work on a basis of just having 2 carriages maximum, that's the back of the train. 1 spare space and then the turn that brings them in. And then they just want to join onto a main line, I guess. Or do we need a parking zone if I'm going to run many? I want the main line backing up because they're waiting to come in here. To extend what I call the platform, maybe? I have a waiting zone beforehand. Must be a case of turning from there. No. Got, for example, 4 waiting bays there. It's okay, it's kind of vaguely in line. What I was imagining at the other end. Then the main line will run next to it. Bearish. That's 1 train's length behind it. Few grenades ready, so let's start throwing. Need to upgrade my grenade damage. Clear enough space for 2 lanes. This parking area. Try not to blow myself up. Still some trees to the south that are going to get in the way of whatever I need to do. That's a good start. Clearing out. Run down what I imagine being the main line here. This junction fits perfectly. So the train will be able to wait there if it needs to before joining. Put the other lane in. Let's see if it wants to go the other way. Right, driving on the left, yeah. Then we just need a junction for how it comes off and into this holding area. Two carriages, that's the length of it. Any junction you can do tight enough like that. So they all need to kind of join, I guess. Like so. That's not right. it doesn't look right either. It's too close to join like that. The only way would be to... Where's the back of the train? There. These ones... Using myself here, I don't think you can have them join each other neatly this close, whatever you do. So this one needs to move out as well, and the others join it. Yep, like so. I don't think there's any way of squeezing them into the middle instead, but that's fine. This gives us room to do a turn and a turn. Probably very excessive, but I don't mind. Don't need that wiggle. Do just need a way of joining from that direction as well. Like so. That is, so they can come in, they can wait here until their station's free. What if they change their mind and they want to bypass? Should I have a third one? No. If they're pulled in here, they'll just have to wait for whichever station they need to use. And away they go. So that's all fine. It just needs signalling. We've still got plenty of rail, so let's run this to the south towards where the oil is. Going to need another station down there to load up the petrol, which we're going to need to squeeze between these cliffs, or I'm going to need to go make more explosives. For this location also needs to be able to hold, let's go with 2 trains, one being loaded and one waiting, and have a way of turning around without stopping here. I want to put it as far north as I can at this point. Interesting. I want the waiting point to be above that cliff. Station itself I can put in quite easily. That's going to be in line with this bottom cliff. So let's start there. Need a train station. We need to move this out of the way. I want sulfur with me and go do the explosives. Train stop. And it doesn't particularly matter. I can move the output of the refineries to go where it needs to. But we do want, actually, thinking about it, to change that height. So we're going to have something like this, like we do with the other one. 2 pumps. the bigger electric poles. So yes, that rail I want to move down. Might not be ideal, but we'll work with it for now. Clear out the stuff that's now not in the right place. That's where the stop wants to be. It's the back of the train. That can then turn the corner. In terms of a waiting space, you could just have it in a straight line there. As long as the main line has an option of turning around without coming in here at all. We can do over here easily enough. Perhaps further south we aren't going to want to blow those cliffs up, they're going to be in the way. Let's work on that basis. I go that way and it's going to come down. That also needs to be able to come down. We'll just have a big circle at the bottom there that turns them around and sends them back the way they came. Starting there actually. How far you need to go. Further than that. That's about right. Ah. No. That's one. It's not central, is I suppose the issue I'm having. That one's lined up. That one is too. That's fine. Okay. It's me going crazy again. Let's go drop this sulphur off to make some more explosives so we can clear those cliffs out of the way. Run the main line up the other side on the way back. There we go. Then also want to extend it to the north. Actually, I might do that. Clear some inventory space of rails. And a few more grenades. I can see there's a forest that's going to be in the way. Damaged a bit of rail. Down. How do I repair it? There it is, repair pack. I'd rather carry a repair pack around than a damaged rail. Needs there. Gonna need more. Well, maybe not. Do the rest by hand. Looks like it clears up before we need to turn. Probably leave it in this kind of area because we're going to need the drills to come out and do a little further to the south, so we'll have the turning point be in line with the end of there. That, I think. That's not the tightest turn. That works, I guess. Doesn't line up quite how I have it in my brain. I mustn't forget to actually come and put the signals on. Need a bit of a brain break before I try and work out where they go. Run this sulphur over. Drop those barrels off in a spare chest of rubbish. Wall to make more explosives. There's the little box of rubbish that I left here. Don't need barrels. Might need engine units, probably don't need radar at the moment. No, when we go to set up the coal mine I'll take the radars with me. Just to keep that repair pack on me. Or I'll end up with a whole bunch of half-used ones. That's fine, let's go drop sulphur. Need more iron to make the grenades. Grenades queued up. That's where the sulphur goes. Take those explosives and we will... We'll need 50 barrels, so I didn't need to put those 10 away. Can use them now. I think what I might do is, because I don't think I'm going to get concrete anytime soon, I might use some of these bricks to put just a few roads around the place. This has certainly grown. A lot of running around to do. Those up, that's a good start. Probably going to have to move later as we send more resources on belts through this area. I'll put it here for now. Using lots of bricks up. Maybe do with a bit of lighting down these pathways. Best in line with those, I suppose. Those out so they're all lined up. Light doesn't look great on the edge of the road there. Overlap's a bit weird. No big deal. I don't think Factorio is the most aesthetic game. And everything in a straight line is good for me though. More lights. Sure about the ones to go along. I'm going to keep them vaguely in a line like that. Did I make it all the way? That's good. Perfect. Move that radar off. More poles up here for the lights that I'm going to want. Need to wait for more to be built. Okay. Be easier at night time as well to see where I've missed some, because I'm sure I have. Okay. Am I going to build a path down to the oil? Should just train hop to get there, but maybe we will have a path as well. I want to put one heading for the power generation anyway, so we'll do that. greatest, but do. Ah, something's gone wrong there. Ah. These power poles are all one too far to the right. That will need sorting out once I've built some extra small electric poles. Nice, just want to connect it upwards in this direction too. There we go. It's a question of whether I run this path to the west from here. Which maybe I do. Probably, yeah. Knowing me, I will run on foot more often than I should. I want to clear this out with grenades. Take too long to chop, I think. Maybe 20. See how that goes. Okay, let's get these realigned. That one looked like it was wrong as well. That'd be interesting. Let me get the other end. If enough of them are wrong, then won't end up needing to move everything. But it's a big deal. It's not much built down here anyway. Right, let's bring this down earlier before the train line. Check it on the way back, but let's say that they're all correct now. Yeah, I'm going to want to move quite a lot of this. That should be there. Just drop a couple of lights so you can see what I'm doing. All of this needs to move, okay. The water, if I just stop making sulphur for a while. Set it up again later. Let's dump this one into those because they are in the right place. So if I flush from that, that has not flushed it into those tanks, I don't think. No, I've lost about 15,000. Didn't do what I wanted, but never mind. Plenty of oil to process. Won't be an issue. Set their recipes. It's going to be a good way of lining this up. Move that tank. Just lost a bunch of oil, didn't I? Never mind. That tank's there, then it feeds directly in. Don't think we need more than a 25,000 buffer, so that will be fine. Feeding in okay, just need to power the actual pump jacks. That one cannot be reached. Need its own little pole just for that, off the grid. I'll live. Now this side. Line it up by doing that. Then the pumps. They still work? Don't think. No, that front one won't line up, and if I move, then the back one won't. So, no. Really line up great, however, because the train system works on 2 square blocks, not on single square blocks, and doesn't necessarily line up with everything. In this case, it doesn't line up with the electrical poles. There's nothing to be done for it. Let's go with that, because then the corner's in the right place already. So we could do this, but then feed with a single pump. I don't think it matters either way, but I have it like that. That needs to be bigger electric pole. Fine. These need to connect together. Fed into those. Somewhere. Be on the end like that. Be neatest, and then connect both of those up as well. So that's filling with petrol. I can queue up the cliff explosives. Let's take this sulfur with me so it's not forgotten about in the future. Just thinking it's a good time to take another break, and looking at the clock, it is. I'll park myself down here so I remember to use the cliff explosives when I get back. Hopefully a bunch of them will be done by then. Just going to stretch my legs again, refill the drink, take a break. It'd be good if you have been sat here watching for a long time to think if you could do with a walk around as well. And if you have been sat watching and you're not already following the channel, then do consider clicking that button, because it would be a big help for me. But I will, just be another 2 minutes and I will be back. Hello, I am back from my break. Legs are feeling a bit better. This is now the longest I've streamed in a single session. 4 hours, almost 40 minutes. Tend to go for another hour and 20 minutes till 7 PM GMT. Which I'm sure I'll be able to, no issue particularly. I'm feeling it, 4.5 hours sat here, and generally I stare at screens a lot, so eyes are fine. Brain is fine considering it's Factorio. But throat is not used to rambling for so long, and legs are not happy if I'm not up and moving, so I think I've done well at taking a sensible number of breaks and everything. I don't particularly feel there's any issue with doing more 6-hour streams if called for. I do obviously need to look and see how they perform, because I am aiming to get affiliate at some point. Twitch affiliate relies on an average viewership number. Means if I do lots of long streams with very few viewers, I get further from my target. Doing short streams with lots of viewers would be better. And then obviously once you've got affiliate, you keep it, even if whatever. So I can do longer streams with fewer viewers, and I can do games that perhaps aren't as popular after I reach the bar. That bar is reliant on increasing my viewership rather than doing long empty streams. It's important, obviously, and also increasing follower numbers, because they're healthy. I've only been doing this for 2 weeks and I've got followers. That's better than a lot of people do, so I'm feeling positive about it, but I've still got distance to go, quite a distance to go, before we reach the numbers needed for affiliate. The sooner we get there, the better, obviously, because then things can be monetized. And if there's no income to it, then I'll have to pare back the streaming and get real work. Okay, so that loop is done from a track perspective. And I think as it stands, there's no need to add any extra waiting areas or anything. They come around, they stop, they wait. There's enough room off the main line. That loop might need to move a bit further away if there's not enough space. Yeah, might want a train length. Should be fine. Should be fine. We'll see once the trains are up and running if there are any real issues. I do just want to take this sulfur out of my inventory while I'm doing that to check that where I've just moved all the power poles to is the correct space now. It's good now. Yep. I believe that is all correct now. Let that keep going. Missing a row of powers back here. We can put some lights on it. The light spacing in other places, we'll come back to that. Let's see. I did make some grenades. Try to not damage the power poles. Oops. It's just destroying that one. I think it'll be better than trying to repair. Oh no, I've got a repair kit on me. best result, but never mind. Right, let's repair what I've just blown up. Neat. Chop down the few stragglers left. I think that's alright. Let's lay some more bricks down. Sure I've got enough on me to make the whole journey, but no, okay. Every little helps anyway. Can't see any cliffs on the minimap that I immediately want to go and blow up, so kind of happy in that regard. What else is left? We've fixed that. The next step is to get the signals out on the rail lines. I think, yeah, absolutely. Right, let's build a bunch of signals in and see if we can work it out. I'll blow this cliff up because it's here. So I'll do that one as well. Start the signals at the main station hub bit unloading area. Then if things need to move a little bit to line up nicer, then I'll do that. So we need a signal here before the junction. And then the junction's a little complicated. Need one to stop them coming in. Then the next one a full length away, which is there. That one goes on a straight section, which is that. So that's not long enough. That should be long enough, yep. One locomotive and two carriages. So I want to say that they should wait at that signal until this one is clear. So this one should be the chain. Not 100% on signalling. I think the chain copies the one ahead of it. Therefore, if someone is parked in this space, the chain will prevent access to the junction. Could move it back a space to have it be... No, it's fine there. That's fine there. On the other side... Similarly, on this one as well. Don't want them to enter unless the next section is ready for them. So does that mean that this side also wants to not enter this T junction? We'll move that back one. Or maybe more than one. That's going to go there. It's going to go there. Sure. No, not happy with that. That one should be there. I'm going to put that one there. So they look in a similar fashion. And then we need one ahead of this. They won't enter if chain signals function how I believe they do. They won't enter the junction unless their exit is clear. Now they should be allowed to head south to north if north to south is blocked. I believe the way you do that is to put another chain. I can't. On this curve is what I was thinking. Because it would then separate the line on the west from the line on the east. I think I can at all. Like those ones go there, which are irrelevant. Don't see any way of putting them in. So should I? It's a silly time to ask after I've laid it all out, but should I put the gap between them 2 wide instead of 1 wide? Doing so allows a chain signal in the middle, which it would. And the answer to that is yes, if that makes it, again, if things behave the way I believe they do. These should be 2 apart. Full signal there and there. Oh no, chain signal there, I think. And that could be further up. Yeah, right. It's the next place that a signal should be. At the moment, until I put the other junctions in and see how that changes things. I think that junction is as good as it can be. But I'm now going to need to move the whole main line to be 2 apart, not 1. Move this junction as well. Little loop-de-loop at the end. One further, there we go. That's fine, and then that loop's kind of its own thing. Only going north to south on the main line at the moment, so I don't need to worry about what the offshoots are spaced like. Could change our little waiting area here to be spaced by 2s as well. We'll do that when we come back, I think. Might give an opportunity to tidy it up. I'm not unhappy with it. We'll see what it looks like. Just have a play around with all the layouts and see which I prefer the look of, and can always change it back after if a new idea doesn't pan out. This goes up a long way to nowhere. Should have brought a train with me to ride back. No, on the way back I'm going to want to cut a few more trees down. Spaced out properly now. No. That's better. Let's run back and clear off the trees from this side. A lot of wood. Find a way of burning some of it. Fuel for a train wouldn't be bad. Which reminds me, actually going to need a refueling point. If we're delivering coal in regularly to the main hub, then we can just siphon part of that off for refueling. Okay, this is the bit that I want to take a look at. Tear it all down for now. I can foresee one issue. No, it's fine. I thought I'd left a gap there and I haven't. Can foresee one issue. They're going to move over. This waiting point won't be able to go into that station, so okay. Just disconnect them and then they can go into the correct waiting point to begin with. Won't be so much of an issue, I hope. It's the end of that playlist. Start another one. Did plan ahead and had 4 playlists lined up, assuming that over the course of 6 hours they wouldn't last the whole way. There's trees in the way. It's annoying. Okay. That one wants to go there. It's just that last waiting point that can't make the first station. So I could just have 3. Maybe not ideal, but I don't think it really matters. Then again, I don't know if the train AI even would notice. Should do. Should do the block before. This isn't too bad. The first 3 can go to either, and the last one, it can only go to the top, but it's still a waiting point for the top. More interested in how to bring them together, because you can then just turn like that. Do that. And this one's still too close to the main line to turn into it. To have like a proper junction like the one I've got there. Turns into that one like it did the last one. I just want that to shoot up and go in. Therefore, that to join there. That looks quite nice actually. Rather than having that one join the offshoot. I quite like that. Okay. So having dealt with the consequences of deciding to split the tracks further apart, now I need to lay out more signals. Should be a case of what have I done here? One on the right is one above the left. Here it's one below. This is the one that I want to be. It's most important because it's after the curve. Let's move that. Let's have that below. We'll change the one down here. Oh, but it can move up, actually, thinking about it. Length of train is actually much further up. It's just then in the middle of the junction. There. Which can't have one opposite. So you'd then put one down here. One opposite would be there. One below, yeah, there. So the distance from that signal to that signal is a bit excessive, I think. Just because we can't have one there, can we put one in the middle of the junction? It would need to be a chain signal, which is the same as having none. No, not happy with that. So I want those signals to be mirrors of these ones. So if we had a chute coming this way, which we don't want, but if we did, the signal before it is there. No, one back. We've got one fully straight bit before the join. Up here, one fully straight bit before the join. So that's where it would be. Don't actually want that track. Do want that on that side, one below it. This junction has two sections, northbound and southbound. The chain signals on every entrance should mean no one goes in unless they can get out. A northbound train can get out if there's a southbound train or southbound train coming from either direction. Then they should just go through the yellow right hand section without affecting the other, because that chain signal, don't know if that needs to be a normal signal. Doesn't want, if it was, then that might need to be a normal signal. I'm just going to bear that in mind for now. We'll see how the trains actually behave, but I think, yeah, we shall see. Okay, so up here That should be one below. Same as the others, yeah. Spot is that one. Yeah. Then here-ish. Forward one maybe? No. The next one's very close. Not that close to the next junction. Ideally that would be so one there to have the straight bit before the actual join. That's a little further. That's where it would be. Close enough that I don't see a need to space things out differently. I'm just going to move that one up. Do the same thing this side to see. Something wasn't right about that, bear with. It's actually one further ahead, that curve wasn't built right. Still, it's going there. This one there. Yeah. But that road doesn't actually want to exist. Chain signal opposite. One below. This is different because we're going in. We want a normal signal in between these two curves. Then the bit I'm not sure of, I'm putting a chain signal there to separate northbound and southbound into two sections, but it should be a normal signal. Looks ahead, so if that one is, it won't let you in unless that one is clear, which is what I want. My concern is that, no point pointing, this signal, the entrance to the northbound, turning right, this signal will go red if someone is in the other section. Over to the far right, because it can't get a clear route to the right, and that will prevent someone from going straight north, which is the opposite of why I'm putting that signal in the first place. So yeah, we'll see how that behaves. So coming round in, it's normal signals all the way. One before this divide. One at the front of each of these. That's currently all one block. They won't come in if someone else is in the different one. I'm also not going to park straight on these ones. Do I care about that? I kind of care about that. It needs to be long enough for the whole train to park on straight. Because +1 is good to have. And that lines up with one in the middle of there, which is perfect. So that needs... There's no point in putting a signal there, you can't fit a full train. It needs to come forward a bit. There would be my preference. Does that mean you can't? We can just park straight. It's just a bit imperfect. but that's fine. That one is going to join. Sort this one out first. It's going to join there, so I can either send that up the middle to there. It's reasonable, but doesn't look great. Or it can join on that one, which I prefer. So we need to separate these out. Do I want a train to wait back on the corner? Yes. Don't want a train to wait across this junction, because if the next available space is second one in, they won't take it. So I don't want them to enter. It's a chain signal before this junction and regular signals at the back of these waiting zones. This is the hardest one to put in. It's going to need to be on the curve. That one could go here fine. That's a little frustrating. In fact, thinking about the bigger picture, I can move that entire junction north so that it lines up better with this signal distancing, and we have more room to do this. We will do so. That spacing's perfect. That curve could do with being one further back. This one that I want to get to there. Put the signal on. That's nice and neat and tidy. Happy. This needs a chain signal before it. Ideally that would be that block. There. Yep. A few more signals, I'm sure we're going to run low. Need to clear a few more trees out of our way. Let's now get this junction coming off the main line into its perfect spot. A little further north. This should be there. The next one would be there. That's then where the curve wants to start. That's going to join that direction. One straight piece and then the curve. So there's the junction. Just need to redo the signals on here as well now. That's my favourite spot for that. Take that unnecessary rail out. There's a chain opposite. Chain, or possibly shouldn't be a chain, in the middle. Regular signal there. And that's good. Not going to fit another one in between those two, so that's fine. That's the whole waiting area. Following that, there's just one big section, so we don't want a signal here because people will come and park up in front of it. Unless the one before is a chain. Okay. So the back of the actual train stop, which is there, should be a regular signal. Then these four should be changed to chain signals. They will only enter the yellow area if the stop is available. Now, is there enough distance for multiple trains on the exit? In theory, a train can wait on this bend. So let's put that in. That's interesting. It hasn't separated the stop into a block. I thought the train stop would function as a signal, but it's showing this as one big pink line. So if someone's parked down the end here, no one's going to come into that station. Let's drop those in front just in case. That doesn't affect the chain signals further up. That should be fine. So now I just need to lay a whole bunch of signals heading northbound to allow a better flow of trains, and then we'll go southbound and deal with the stop down there as well. Base them, and there's one below on the way back. Okay, and then we're into the loop. Do I want to reposition that? That's going to be the one coming back. And have it immediately where the signal is. Yeah, let's do that. I'll bring it back a bit. Can't just turn it. No, thought you couldn't. A couple of spaces. Further back. There we go. That does not look symmetrical. It's not. That doesn't look right either. Am I crazy? I am. They look like the same shape. In terms of the box around them. Okay, fine. I'm just going to put a signal in the middle of it. Keep them going. Need signals, yeah, one below all the way back. Okay, we're back at that junction, so now we just need to get south of the main depot. the same, so we're going to space them out on the way down, the others one above on the way back, if I remember. It is not in a great spot. I'll put that there. Big funny looking loop now, but could move it all up, move all the tanks up and everything. Doesn't seem like a good idea. That might be a good idea in terms of separating what's down here as well. Let's keep spacing it out and see. It's one above, isn't it? Put that so I don't forget later. So if we just keep spacing like normal, it'll go there. And the next one's in the middle of that junction, yeah. So I could move this up. What the minimum is without. Well, we can do a little wiggle, actually, make it whatever we want. So we put it 2 apart like everything else is. That ain't bad. In terms of where those signals are, I quite like that. At this end, we'll do full size turn and then line it up on that side. For me moving the station. What space have we got? We fit a signal there and then a station behind it. Looks like we can. Thinking back to the other place, we'll need a signal right by the station as well to make the chunk. Looks like it can go forward one. There or there. That's too far, so that's the right one. And the stop is there. The back of the stop. There. Okay. We might need pumps to get things that distance. I think we will. These can get exchanged for small poles. Yeah, I kind of want one there and one before the curve. Next one could be here. Yeah. There. Run out of signals. Then I think that's kind of all good. Last one is there. So in this case, exiting trains never go south. They always go north. Trains coming down shouldn't prevent trains going up from moving, so one of them there, whether that's the right one or not. But they can enter this junction, so even if someone's there, they could enter the junction blocking it. So I think the right thing is to put chain signals on every entrance in any case. And that's the next signal. We're going to want to move the loop up a tiny bit. Line it up with the existing one, it'll save a little faff. There we go. New signals, so one in the middle of the loop, one coming out. Should be just above there. That's fine. So there's a few more to put in as I walk back, but before I do that I'm going to line up what we've got down here. No longer going to output into those. Let's have a tank on the end here that they're pumping into. And then an actual pump. Putting it upwards. Need to put in the power grid, which I didn't think of. It doesn't line up. Can I? Close enough, maybe? Storage tanks as well. Making a mess of everything. That doesn't quite line up, but only by one, so let's move the pump over one. We'll then need a bigger power socket there. That's now pumping. Petrol's being made, it's being pumped up into them. Should make that distance no issue. Do you just want to pump out these, all of these? Let's disconnect them. Power the pumps. Send them this way. To try and empty them before I destroy them, so we're not wasting. Should be able to destroy like one of them now. Yeah, pushes it into the adjacent ones. We'll want to do the same with the 4 next to it, so we'll get that ready. All emptying. Down to 1, that's fine. Those ones up. You just make more petrol, I don't need to worry about it, but it seems like the right thing to do. That one's empty enough that I'm going to get rid of it. And one of those. So all 8 are up there now. Let these flush through a little bit more. There's still space up there. Should keep going. Not sure if double pumping makes a difference. Doesn't seem like it. Whoa. Maybe I'm wrong. I did drain very quickly. Okay, so they are transferred northward. Maybe I want to double pump this then. Because it lines up and it might as well. Put some lights in actually thinking about it now that I've removed a few. I'll get them well spaced. You just have to deal with putting them wherever. Okay, so those pumps need to have a little bit of pipe between them. They line up with the station, which is good. That is all kind of fixed, so to speak. Those signals are all lined up, so we just need these ones on the way back. That's all of the rail that I've laid so far signalled. I suppose the next thing to do is just check my uncertainty about that chain signal that I've got there at the moment. Need an extra locomotive. Rename these as well. So this is going to be main base liquid in. I mean, main base may change its name in the future, might not be, but for the time being, main base solid in. So, locomotive, fluid wagon, similarly, locomotive, fluid wagons. Give them fuel. So this is what I would expect. This is what I'd hope to see. The junction is blocked northbound. The chain signal in the middle of the junction is red, saying you can't enter. The signals down here are saying red, which is fine. This one is green, as in you can enter. He should be able to travel northbound with no issues. This signal is blue, which means some exits are clear. That one is green, meaning you can go through. he can't head northbound, but I want to know, will he try? How far will he go forward? So I want to tell him to go to main base liquid in. And he's parked there, before the junction, which keeps the southbound green, which is exactly what I want. And then, how do I get in? If I move this train forward one block, you should still not enter, because that chain signal is red. Because that is, so if I put a real signal there, he would enter at this point. So the chain signal is the correct choice. If I move forward another block, he should start moving. He does. Great. So if we go around and I pull in, I take the first spot. He'll take the second route. Is exactly what I would want him to do. So my only concern now is refueling them when they're here. Need to come up with something for that. Be like a filter inserter. Because it might not always be coal that we unload. Though I kind of want to enforce that. Otherwise I'm going to have filter inserters everywhere. So for the time being, we'll say this is just for coal. And we can adjust things later if we need to bring a rail route with something else in. So I'm first going to rename this to main base coal in. And then that is, I can just pull some, but I don't know, kind of want to take it off the end here, really. Rebalance it afterwards. I'm gonna have to. Is that right? That, no. Our line is in a unfortunate place. Can I do without? I can, because I've got the ones at the front here. And balance all lines, pull one off and rebalance in that space. And take the one that's pulled off, run it down here. It's going to be on the corner, which isn't ideal, but it shouldn't be an issue. They're going to load coal into there. They won't need that much. 3 spare stacks, maybe? For now, they can have some wood. So, just want to rename that stop to be petroleum out. This train is going between main base liquid in and petroleum out. Should it wait for anything? Well, should wait for something, because it's just driven straight through. Inactivity would be my guess. Little curious now. Maybe I was too late clicking that button. Yeah, there we go. Inactivity would be if there's nothing to pump in or he's full. What if there's a trickle to pump in? Will he be there forever? Probably. We kind of want both, either 5 seconds of inactivity or just move on if it's been 30 seconds. Then add main base liquid in. Why don't we say the same? That should be fine. Change the colour. What colour's oil? Colour's petrol? I guess grey kind of colour. That'll do. Is there a copy paste? Doesn't look like it. So let's add the second train on the same schedule. Main base liquid in and petroleum out. Inactivity or time. Now that we have trains running automatically between stations, we need to remember not to walk across the tracks. We will go splat. I have mapped everything here, so I'm just going to lift those radars up. That box is no longer in use. We are eventually going to run out of fuel until I get that coal hooked up at the top, so that might be next step, I guess. Just for the sake of having it hooked up. Yeah, I think that's best to just get a little bit going up there, and then we will start using the petroleum that's now at the main base. I'm going to need 20 engines. A whole bunch of iron. Locomotive and 2 cargo wagons. Bunch of mining drills. Did I put some of them into storage? Let's get 5 more. Poles, we can get wood when we're up there to make them. Inserters, chests and everything is all fine, so yeah, I think we just head out there and get a little bit of coal flowing on the rails. Should have brought some bricks and continued this road. Never mind. Just a bit of wood on our way through. There. Here is coal, okay. Didn't think about power and whether I wanted to line up with the rest of the base. Kind of close enough that I do. So we are going to need more poles. And I'm going to need to line them up. Never mind, just run back and forth a little bit, no harm done. I do think while I'm doing this I'm going to go get some stone bricks and put the path into place as well. Got no grenades to clear the way, so I think we'll just chop it down. No big deal. Maybe we'll do lights as well. Okay. What did I say about running across tracks? Start with the poles. I want to check spacing doesn't go funny like it did before every now and then. And then some bricks down the middle. Some lights up the edge. Above kind of fits the pattern. I haven't looked at electricity generation in quite a while. Oh, of course we're not actually researching actively at the moment, so nothing is running. Clear the trees from the road. That's roughly where I was running before, so some of them are already cleared. Probably going to fill my inventory with them though. Yeah, that is right. Maybe it's a few too many trees. Never mind, no rush. We can just chop them all down one by one. About halfway in one, that's fine. It's not that far. run the cables all the way up actually. Then we can keep chopping on the way back down the other side. Didn't take long at all actually. Reconnected with where the path has got to. Clear out the last few trees around it. Put the bricks down. Get it all the way. So it's just lights to fill in now. And find the last one I placed. There it is. That should be all good. It's just a few to clear the trees out a little bit further. That'll do. A couple more on this side and then that's that road complete. There we go. Okay. We'll feed the wood back in as train fuel when we get back down. So here, start mining some coal. I did bring mines. Good. Going with the lights. There's a little coal. Oh, didn't bring enough transport belts. Bring that down a little more and then cross the road. Could have bought some grenades. I need to clear a big space out here for the actual train station. The little offshoot, like we have for the oil below. That's okay, we'll just keep chopping these. Rails left over, haven't I? Yeah, good. The spacing at the other end was pretty good. Wonder if we can do the same here. Something like that, and then well, that's interesting. The other end I had it join, it would go from the left here over to the right. Could just have them do the little loop to come in. It's neither here nor there really. Doing this would probably be better. Because it puts it further up that way. Then be coming back. Still not the correct side of that signal. Or the side of that signal I want to be on. Further down, or do it the other way round. come off. No, that won't work. Have to come off at the top, go back on at the bottom. Well, that's fine, really, isn't it? That's immediately before the join. That's immediately after the join. You just need to change some of them into chain signals. Oh, but that's because that's one end and that's the other end. That's not where it's going to be. If that were, that's the one that's broken. Therefore, it's all going to move up a little bit. Right, yeah. Could move it down a little bit, have the station on the top rather than the one on the bottom, so there's more space for trains to wait if they need to, if we need multiple trains at all. So really I want where it rejoins to be like that. Go off to be 2 away. That, I guess. Doesn't look ideal. A bit further from that signal. I mean, the other option is take it at a more diagonal angle like that. It doesn't look so good. Can I see? Quite fundamentally different because we drive on the left, so this one is approaching from the south. It's quite different. I mean, they're just curves like that, and this is the rejoining one is immediately above signals. The other one's wherever it was. In this case, the rejoining one's immediately above the signal. The other one's wherever it was. So I think that's fine. Just needs a chain signal in the middle. Not particularly relevant, but still. Chain signals on every entrance. Is that right? Should that be... that's right. And that's the last entrance. Okay. Then a full signal. Where does that go? Yeah, there's a full signal kind of after the junction. I'll put it in line with that one. Yeah, that's the yellow segment. Yeah. Do we have enough space to curl around and wiggle back? Doesn't look like it. We need a train stop. Would go there, and no, that's no good. Therefore, do the station at the other angle. I think this end's got 4 steel chests that need to be fed. Probably want 4 lines. Ah, this isn't. It's okay, we send the coal out the top and then around. So we want 1, 2, 3, 4, I guess. 4 like that. Get the lining, the alignment sorted after, but Just the distance that I'm currently thinking of. I want the... I have to go one more because how the rail aligns, but do that. We get far enough down to fit a whole train on. A little bit further. That's the best, and then we've got signals in front, and then we turn. As well. Wow, could rejoin down here. I was thinking of just joining what I've already got in place, really. No, it's kind of wasted a bit of the journey, but it's fine. Bit neater. In some ways, I guess. Clear a few of these trees out of the edges. It's not a tree. So a few more signals will be needed. Fit one there. It's 1, 2, so fit one there too. Can't fit one there, so let's put it on the straight. 2, not going to fit one here either. That's not ideal. Can distance it differently. There. 2 and 1 there. Yeah, okay. If they end up all parked, it won't be so neat, but that's unlikely to ever happen. This needs to move over one, so we can have 4 there and 4 there. These are absolutely the wrong inserters to be using, but that is to be fixed later. Power is very poorly placed. There about that. Enough to move the entire station down a little. Not tonight. Probably at some point, yes. Okay, that is at least all laid out and signalled up. We will just rename this to coal out. Figure this train, give it some fuel. It's going to go to coal out, wait for inactivity or time passed. And then main base coal in with the same conditions. And away he goes. We can race him down. Away he goes. Interesting that he's chosen that. I suppose that is the only, the faster route for this one. So a little bit of coal is going to be unloaded. Slowly for now, but it will speed up when we get the right They're called stack inserters. And a little bit of coal is need to limit it. Oh, I did limit it. That's fine then. That will make its way through. All good. So that is a good spot now that coal is being supplied to save and end the stream. Next time it will be a case of getting this petroleum processed into useful things. So let's give it a save. And then let's have a look. That was 6 hours of Factorio, which not too bad. You know, I think most of what I'm feeling about it having been 6 hours is because it's the first time I've done 6 hours straight, and that I might be able to get used to it all right. Still do wonder whether it's better to do 2 3-hour streams in a day at more optimal times than to do 6 hours straight. So that's another thing that I'm considering, and might have days where I do a morning stream and an evening stream with a gap in between. I can do things, but we'll see. We'll try things out. And like I said before about Factorio, so the plan currently is for me to return to Factorio next Thursday. And again, the plan would be 1 till 7 stream on Thursday. But that does depend kind of how today's gone, what the statistics are like. I started playing Factorio because I thought it might be better performance-wise than the other games I was playing. So if it's not, if I'm wrong about that, then next Thursday might be a different game. And if the kind of performance of doing 6 hours straight is wrong, then next Thursday might be 3 hours instead. But either way, I will be live next Thursday at 1 o'clock. And the current plan is to continue this Factorio base. Other than that, I will be streaming next on Tuesday. So I'm taking tomorrow off, and then Tuesday morning at 10 AM GMT, I will be streaming City Skylines. And the plan is for that to be 3 hours, but again, if 6 hours has worked well today, then I will make that a longer stream. So you can next catch me live Tuesday at 10 AM. That's GMT, of course. I think that's all the information I have to share about what's coming up. So I'm just going to take a look and see what I'm going to do while I have my dinner. See if there's anyone online I want to watch, and I'll raid into them if there is. You of the Yogscast are on. A nice variety in that network. I could watch Ravs play. It's a spooky game. Not a huge fan of spooky games. Hedwin is playing Plate Up. That's nice to watch while I cook dinner. That seems like the best bet. I'm going to raid into Pedguin because that's where I'm going to spend the rest of my evening. See if he's having fun in Plate Up. It's just loading up, so heading over there in a second. Thank you once again for joining me. Really do appreciate people coming to watch, hang out. Even if you're just lurking, even if you're just watching the videos, still much appreciated. Do please consider clicking the follow button, because that does really help me. Hopefully I'll see you again soon.